Quiet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well done.
Okay, we good? Well, good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a nice evening. Those who joined us last night for the evening event. Bagpipes, their ears have stopped ringing. A lot of volume there in that small room, but it's spectacular. And thank you, Cedric, for you and the team. The way things have come off, it's always quite a pleasurable evening. So thank you. We obviously have a lot we want to try to cover today, both in open session and closed session, but maybe before we move into some of those reports, we've got some minutes to approve. Can I have a motion to approve? Second? Discussion? Anyone opposed? Then approved then. Thank you very much. I think that, Cedric, we move to the head reports.
Sure.
And we're just so thankful to see you all again. Thank you so much for being here with us, and we gained so much from your insights, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I typically during this time in our board schedule for the year, we create an opportunity for you all to hear from some of the cadet leadership and let them talk to you about how the Corps is doing, their respective roles, how they're leading in the Corps. And so I'm just going to introduce them one by one so they can come up and talk. The first is our cadet first captain, Cadet Mark Shelton, who's from Stafford, Virginia. He is commissioning the United States Army here upon graduation and going to serve our nation. So Mark is going to talk to you a little bit about how things are going from the Corps, from his perspective, regimental command.
Welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Everyone's board, others in the audience, good morning. For those of you who have not had the opportunity to meet, my name is Mark Shelton. I'm the regimental commander for this academic year. And briefly here to speak to you all on the outlook of the Corps, what we did last semester, and what we have to look forward to this semester. So around this time a year ago, I was sitting in this room watching my predecessor, Mr. Smith, give his second semester remarks to you all. So it's certainly like a full circle moment for me, being up in front of you all this morning. But each time I'm here in front of you guys, I'm amazed at the work that you guys do and the passion that you guys conduct that work in. And I'm super thankful for you guys and the work that you do to support the Institute and the Corps. So thank you, and please continue doing what you're doing. So the goal, or my goal and my intent for this year, was to implement a strong regimental system that focuses on instilling the Institute's core values of honor, courage, resiliency, discipline, self-service, esprit de corps, excellence. And then secondly was to continue developing disciplined, proficient leaders of character who are proficient in military skills. Third is continue to produce honorable VMI graduates. So that was our goal, or my goal, for this entire academic year. Moving on into this upcoming semester, or this semester. So, like I said in the meeting before in fall, we had a pretty busy fall semester, packed with a lot of events. We had a lot of accomplishments, and I did promise that I'd briefly speak on some of those accomplishments in this meeting. So, the challenge team took first place within the brigade and is going to compete in Sandhurst this semester. The Corps looked great in parades this past semester. We were complimented numerous times throughout the semester in terms of how we marched. Very proud of that. The Rat Mass proudly represented VMI during the annual Lexington Christmas Parade, which happens every year. The RXO was spearheading that event. That was a great success. The Corps had many athletic successes on the field and on the courts, namely the one when we went down to Charleston, South Carolina, and returned the Silver Shako to Lejeune Hall. So that's a great success. And then I'd say the most proud accomplishment from last semester was certainly the way in which we tried to cultivate and build the spirit within the Corps in terms of how we conducted ourselves and how we supported each other in all aspects of the experience that is VMI. And then, so I'd say those are some of the main accomplishments for this past semester. And then looking forward to this upcoming semester, our main focus is to improve the level at which Corps meets the standards. Obviously last semester, I'd say building off of last year's leadership, we were in a good spot. I'd say last semester we definitely maintained and brought that level up. And so we're just looking to continue to do that this upcoming semester. Continuing to conduct a safe and respectable rat line. Obviously this time of year, the rat line is coming to a close and the RXO will hit on that right after me, hopefully. But continuing to do that and be successful in that aspect. And then transitioning to prepare the next class in barracks to take up the mantle of leadership. Obviously, I think that's a really important role that we play as first-classmen and first-class leaders in the Corps, is continuing to pass on the lessons learned to the next class so that they can have a successful first-class year and leading the Corps. Safety is going to be paramount this semester. We have a lot of events that are going on, both on and off post. And so ensuring that cadets are doing those things in a safe manner so that they can all, reach graduation when their time comes. And then lastly is continuing to build that level of spirit within VMI and within barracks. I'd say that was like I said, that was one of our great successes last semester. Looking forward to continuing to have and host different events for the Corps, both on the regimental side and on the class side, to continue to build that spirit within the Corps and within the barracks, so that we can continue to have that passion that you all have for the institute. Those are my goals and outlooks for this semester. If you guys have any questions, that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, next up is first-classman Cole Cathcart. He's first class president for the class of 2023. Cole grew up here locally, and he is looking to commission in the Navy upon graduation. Cole.
Congratulations. Yeah, sir.
Yeah.
General wins for the visitors, folks who are much wiser than I. Thank you for listening to me, lending an ear here for a couple of minutes. I want to start off by saying that getting to know many of you all over these past few months, spending time together, going to dinners, it has been a great pleasure getting to know you all and serving with you all. The memories and conversations we've had, I'm not joking on those. It might not be professional, but some of you feel like colleagues and friends after getting to know you and working together on this same shared mission of leading VMI to the future. So thank you for that. I wanted to start off with a little anecdote. I ran up to the Naval Academy with a couple of my brother rats last week. And for a leadership conference up there, we heard a lot of admirals and American heroes and important people like we have here from VMI. But we were up there and the Naval Academy's got this great facility. It's federally funded. We know the drill there. And as the week progressed, I'm thinking, why didn't I at least apply here? Well, come on, this place is incredible. And get into the mess hall and it fits the entire Corps, King Hall up there. And going to lunch, and it's this incredible atmosphere and everybody's chanting and celebrating. Man, this is great. So I go up to the Starbucks Nitro Cold Brew coffee bar. Corey Bachman, Lee Clark, you got to step it up here. No, but so I'm filling that up, and I hear, "Hey, West Point," and everyone up there thought that we were West Point cadets because West Points wear a similar gray blouse. And I knew they were talking to me, and I turn around and there's 3 midshipmen up there. "Get over here, West Point." "Gentlemen, not from West Point, from VMI, but I'm happy to talk." And I said, "Okay, what's even better? We got to settle a bet. You all don't drum out cadets, do you?" "Yes, we do. We have single sanction honor code. We take it seriously." And with some expletives, they illustrated the point that they were envious of our code and how we operated at VMI. So I wanted to put that out there amongst college kids our age, folks of our generation, envy what VMI has. So we get VMI centric, we get bogged down sometimes, but we've got a dang good thing going. So I want to kick that off. Thank you, sir. I'm an econ and business guy, if the superintendent didn't say so. So I'm going to do a little SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This was just kind of free flow thinking on me, no central message, but just some thoughts I have in my role and my observations. So start with some strengths. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the coordination and collaboration that the first class has exhibited in executing events like Breakout. Those gentlemen over there have been instrumental in planning that event, as well as many in barracks who deserve a lot of credit. So I think over 3 years, that system that VMI has fosters eventually in the first class year some incredible collaboration. So we are the result of 3 years of progress there. Rat Unity, I think Mr. Murray might come up and say some words about it, but this morning we had a workout for some of the bad rats, if you will. And I think around 30 or 40 were supposed to attend by the request of the RDC. They were required to attend. But around 160, 180 ended up showing up to that event. And just to support their brother rats and to be out there. Post-workout, they were chanting brother rat, and then got on the fourth stoop and did an old yell for the class of 2024, their Dykes class. So those rats are poised, in our opinion, to break out and to complete that part of the VMI journey. So that's a huge strength and a great positive. I hope you all will see in the social media posts and all that good stuff here in the weeks. Again, kind of ties in with coordination, but staffing and the folks we have in positions here, the people make this place. I see that more and more. I know we hear that a lot of VMIs about its people, but I just see it more and more that there's the right people are in the right places, and this place is going. So that's a solid strength. Couple weaknesses, looking from the 10,000 foot level. I know Mr. Edgar and I were speaking earlier, and you might have heard from some cadets who have some kind of very specific grievances or things they'd like to see change with VMI, but I believe part of my role is to see things from the 10,000 foot level and beyond VMI. So Commandant and I are very familiar with the issue of parking uptown and cadet conduct uptown. That's an issue we take seriously, especially myself as a local resident. That's something I don't want to be harming my fellow community members as well. So it's a slow process. Commandant and I are aware, but gonna work that one. Additionally, status checks and kind of the time between TAPS and the BRC formation. That spot has kind of been vacant for a few years. COVID kind of created a space there, and there have been some issues. So I was joking with Captain Moore, who's our deputy commandant for cadet government. Told him my legacy was going to be parking at VMI. That was my mission, was parking. And I said it as a joke a couple of months ago, but now it's kind of turning into that. So parking, and I think establishing a firm status check there, kind of keep cadets in line between TAPS and BRC would be a good thing to have done there. One last thing, weakness, I think as far as cadets go, I think we can do a better job of getting our name out there. That's kind of beyond the walls of barracks. We've got a brother at Adam Hoffman who set up a really good at-home recruiting program. I think if we continue to amplify things like that, get the VMI brand out there to incoming cadets and also folks that are beyond their VMI time, just having that name out there. Something I saw at the Naval Academy was folks thought we were maybe a prep school or something like that, but the folks that did know what VMI was were they loved it. So getting the name out there. Opportunities, core participation, continue to increase that. We saw some really good things with the football games. Mr. Shelton over there, kind of the pregame setup was really neat, getting the core involved and all that. I think like doing something like that with a baseball game or maybe even a soccer game, a core-wide formation, getting people fired up would be really good. Threats, there have been instances of a complacent core, a core that's kind of dragging their heels a little bit at sporting events, things like that. But I think events like the Citadel win kind of turn that tide a little bit. When big things happen, be they athletic or within the walls, the core gets excited and that complacency. So creating opportunities for cadets to kind of shake off the VMI-ness and get a little rowdy every once in a while. So at least on a class level, creating opportunities for that, but we'll explore ways to make that happen for the core as a whole. And the last threat, and just kind of a final closing message, I think, is a little meta, a little out there, but ourselves. I think a lot of times cadets, especially in leadership and maybe even members of the staff, sometimes get so focused and so tunnel vision, so locked in that you can't see an outside perspective. So it's something I try to remind myself every day when I'm leading my peers or working with my peers is and there's life beyond VMI. We have goals after this and there's a grander mission. So that concludes my remarks. If there are any questions. If not, thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Initially had not planned to, but since both the regimental commander and the first class president mentioned his name. I'd like the Regimental XO, Paul Murray, to come up. Get Murray. Looking to commission, correct?
Yes, sir.
Army?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where you from?
McLean, Virginia, sir.
Plain, okay, up near me. All right, come on up, Paul, and talk to the Board of Visitors and the audience.
All right, good morning. I'm Paul Murray. I'm RXO, which means I'm in charge of the regimental training of the RATMAS. Not as scary as the RDC president, but I try to be. Nor as charismatic as the first class president. So where we are is the RATs have completed phases 0, which is Hell Week 1, which is the bulk of the first semester. 2, which is finals week, kind of leading into the return furlough. Now they're in their final phase, phase 3, which is that breakout. Dang, I'm almost done. I can start growing my hair out phase. So they've completed and have been validated on over 207 regimental tasks set forth by myself, validated by cadre. They've been trained on all these things essential to be a VMI cadet. They've been briefed on hundreds of things. Let's hope it sticks with them. They have completed now 3 drill comps. They did the final drill comp this past Thursday, drill competition, in which this last one, they had elected themselves RAT Master Sergeants, which led the platoons and competed in the drill competition together. Delta Company won. If we have any Delta Company folks in here, congratulations. They have accomplished workouts commemorating 9/11, the Second Battle of Fallujah, Pearl Harbor, virtues of George C. Marshall, the Chosin Reservoir, all of which beforehand Sergeant Major Sowers will speak, give historical context, and they're all just looking at him with puppy dog eyes. My gosh, this guy's so great. So all of those workouts were spearheaded by second classmen. I would be in charge, but they would write the con up, they would brief it. So trying to set them up for success in that. We have, the bottom line here is that we have 436 RATs here that want to train home. 436 individuals that want a very rigorous RAT line. We don't always fulfill that promise and giving it to them. We try our best to. But I think the majority of them want it even harder, which is a hard thing to accomplish with the time that VMI has. But the majority of them are looking to train. They're looking to have that time on cavalry, so to speak. You know, that time carrying their cross so that they can, you know, be one of those glorified classes in the halls of barracks. They've tried a few times unsuccessfully to you know, show types of unity. And you know, this usually consisted of being rowdy in barracks, which got shut down fast. I think this morning was the first successful attempt. Mr. Cathcart mentioned it. They went down to the hero workout. I think about 80% of the RATMAS attended that, which is huge. And the remaining 20% will definitely attend the next one. Cadre have been really hammering down on academics. I've had a lot of discussions with the dean about this, about what we can do as cadre. And, you know, beyond just like first sergeant standing in front of the RATs saying, you guys better not fail any of your classes or else I'll be mad. So trying to do something more than that. So cadre will be up on stoop after supper roll call, making sure RATs go down to academic buildings, things like that. You know, we want to train kids, but if we don't have anybody to train, we won't. Yeah, we're very happy with the RATMAS right now. They're all incredible individuals, and we believe that they're ready to break out. Barring any of your questions, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very well done. Thank you.
Okay. And last in the batting order is our Encore president, Warner Collier, who's also Division I soccer player, formerly now retired Division I soccer player. I think he's a club soccer player now. At times when his academic duties allow and when his responsibilities as Encore president allow. So Warner, if you'd come on up and talk to the group.
Morning, members of the board. Thank you, General Wins, Mr. Watson, for having me. I'm going to take a few moments to keep it high level of what the course achieved. But before I jump into the work that we've done, I want to recognize the people behind the work. Remember, other members of the Honor Corps, there's 13 other than me. And I just want to say I'm very, very fortunate and privileged to be able to work alongside them. And every day, I'm impressed by their intellect, their work ethic, and without saying their character, it really motivates me to be better every day because they really they put in a lot of work to support our system. And I know they wouldn't want me to do this, but it's true. It really is true. They're very humble and they work really hard. So they're a big facet of what keeps this place going. In terms of the court and what we've achieved, we're a well-oiled machine. So first semester, we achieved a lot. This semester, what we're looking to do is kind of finish off the education of the rats. Once they break out, we'll have 4th class jury training for them, which will bring them up to speed and have them be eligible members of juries in the case of trials. We'll be kicking off 3rd class elections in a couple weeks, which will begin a long process of handing over the reins to what will be next year's court. And that'll culminate with the 2nd class taking up the 1st class mantle in about mid-April. Kind of what I wanted to touch on too is we've had a lot of support from the Comnod side, from the superintendent side, as well as from the dean side, kind of hot topics such as artificial intelligence. At the beginning of the year were points of contention, and we've handled those in stride. Our prosecutors have put in processes to handle those sorts of cases, and we're very confident in our ability to do so. So I just want to thank them. And to kind of end off, what I wanted to hit on was actually exactly what Cole did. And, even though I'm reinforcing the idea, and it's great to hear it from the class side as well, in the fall, we had the privilege to interact with Citadel cadets, both at the football game and also at the leadership conference. We had Citadel cadets, West Point cadets, and Norwich cadets come into the hall, and we educated them on our system. And at one point, I overheard 2 West Point cadets talking, and one of them goes to the other, goes, "I'm beginning to think our system kind of sucks." And, well, he put it a little brashly, and I wouldn't, speak to the detriment of West Point. What I will say, I know we have some West Point.
What you say now.
What I will say is what I think that the idea that pushes is really exactly that, is others are envious of the system we have, not only from the processes, the professionalism that is in place, but also the culture. And I think that is the big thing. It's the culture. We almost take it for granted, but it truly is. It starts in barracks and it continues on for the rest of their life. The buy-in they have, the fact that they place value on honor, it's what makes us have purpose up in Shell Hall, and what makes us all, work towards, have a common goal to work towards, which is honor, and to be able to have that as a foundational point of commonplace. And I will say as well that I had the opportunity, thankfully, with the alumni agencies. They took care of the coordination efforts as well as the funding, but I was able to go to New York at the request of alumni chapter head, and was able to talk in the morning, afternoon, and evening to over 100 alumni there. And the takeaways I had from that I wanted to report back to you all is they really, we have some passionate alumni. And as I mentioned, we all have a common goal, and they being removed, they don't have the privilege of boots on the ground a lot of times and see what's going on, and just having that alumni cadet interaction as much as possible, it really ties us back together towards the idea that we all want to achieve the same thing. And we had some alumni who they didn't really know what was truly going on, and after hearing from me speak, their rests were put at ease, and they're really motivated to re-engage with the Institute. And I think continue that interaction. I talked to General Wins. We're going to try and get cadet leaders in front of as many alumni as possible at reunion events, et cetera. But I just want to thank you all, thank the alumni, of course, the Corps, the value that we all place on honor. It really makes our jobs easier as the Honor Corps. And it really, we see it in other institutions, it's a dying value. And to be able to say that we all hold to that in such a surefire way, and we support it so fervently and guard it, it truly is a privilege to be able to say that I'm part of that, just be a steward of that. So I thank you for that. Barring any questions, that's all I have as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you. I'm sure the board gets the same inspiration I do by listening to everybody, hearing firsthand just what's happening in Barrett. Sit around this room and we do what we're supposed to do, but hearing it from that group is incredible. And any questions or comments from the board before? balance of the program. Cedric, any final comments? Otherwise, we will ask David for the alumni agencies review.
Short little slide presentation.
Yeah, no, that's good. We got a video too.
The wins, the board. Thank you for this opportunity to kind of fill you in on a few things that happen around the agencies. First off, we're in about a 6th year into this combining of all these agencies. One of the things we have to remember, there are 3 distinct boards. Alumni Association, the Cadet Club, and the Foundation all have their separate missions, and they're all maintaining their special missions. Alumni Association deals with engagement, the Cadet Club deals with athletic fundraising, and the Foundation deals with academic fundraising. Again, we have a great team at VMI that we all support those 3 organizations. The Alumni Agency Board is kind of like the managing partner of that whole group. We have 7 members of that. And I'll tell you this, whether it was an experiment or whatever, however this thing came about, the efficiencies that we're able to work out of these budgets are amazing. Over the last 6 years, the average the whole increase on those budgets only been 1.5%. So as I'm trying to tell all these boards, as I talk to them, we squeeze all the juice out of that lemon and don't think that it's going to continue to be 1.5% with inflation, all the other things that we're seeing. Again, you can see engagement, event activities, endowment management, fundraising stewardship are all kind of things that we do. Very proud of my team. I've got some very seasoned professionals. We all work to better VMI, better the alumni, and move this place forward. Just finished this week attending our annual meeting of the VMI Investment Holdings LLC, which is the management company that manages all the assets for the foundation, the Cadet Club, Alumni Association. You're a depositor into that fund, and George C. Marshall. You can see that we do use an outsourced CIO, which is Cliffwater. We've been with them 14.5 years. And our return as of December 31st is almost 14%. We beat our custom benchmark almost 300 basis points, 3%. And our long-term number is 8.4 over that 14.5 years. Now this is net of all fees. And so we're looking at our depositors and kind of think this out. We take time at this annual meeting to review our investment policies and our guidelines. And you can see at the bottom, our expected long-term return hopefully is going to be 8.19%, but we did have to make a slight adjustment into our allocation. We moved a couple things around, and hopefully we can maintain. Our goal is to maintain somewhere around 8. The way that works, we spend 5, you increase tuition and fees by 3. We make 8, and therefore our spending power stays about the same for scholarships and those other kinds of things. A little bit of bragging rights here. We do participate in what they call NACUBA, which is the National Association of College and University Business Officers. We're looking at this slide happens to be public schools throughout the country, which there are about 300 in this survey, 700 total public and privates. Of the 300 publics in here, we were second in what they call FTE. That's full-time equivalencies based on our endowment per student. And you can see where William and Mary is, you can see where Citadel is. A couple side notes in here. If you take all the schools, we were 189th largest in the country. If you take just the publics, we're 70th in the country for the largest endowment. Spent a lot of time on this.
Hey, Dave,
Yes, sir.
what about like endowment relative to student body?
That's it.
That is it?
That is it. You take at census time for that.
That was.
That was 1,515 divided by our endowment of almost 700 million. So that's how you get that.
Okay.
Over the last few years, we've spent a lot of time on communications, and I think you've seen it. We have turnouts. We have our alumni review, social media. Core Connects and why VMI, all these videos going out. I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna ask Amy just kind of touch on this. This is our branded content. This is our second year in it. Amy, can you give me about 5 minutes on that?
Yes, sir.
5 seconds.
Oh, I don't know if
Oh, 5 seconds.
it doesn't do 5 seconds.
Yeah.
The very top, bright yellow piece, I just want to point that out to you. That's a branded content digital marketing campaign that was supported by funding from the agencies. And it is multifaceted. I can't even tell you how much we're doing as far as pre-roll ads, display, pushing out to alumni. That's a primary audience. And then parents of prospective students is the other. First time legislative session, we're doing some digital marketing, geofence to people who are on that Capitol Square and who come and go, and then the ads kind of follow them home. And because we want to make sure that everyone, the staff and the legislators understand the value of a VMI education. Full page ads, we have a couple on Ms. Phillips, if you don't mind passing those around. Tomorrow, Richmond Times Dispatch, there will be an ad that will hit. What's nice about this time, we've been able to negotiate the skybox, which is on the page of the newspaper. We've been in Virginia airports. Those are going to be back in February, and we're going to go to 9 digital billboards, a traditional mode of advertising in Richmond.
Thank you, Amy. You stop there, any questions at any time. In this coming up alumni review, there's going to be survey stuff coming out. And one thing we're real proud of, we had over 3,000 respondents in the survey done by PEG, which is a national organization that does surveys, and it's basically 4 times the average for higher education. Again, more to come in that. I just want to throw that up so get your alumni review opened up and read what we have to say. Very important here. We've got Andrew's going to fill us in on this. We got to, like everybody, we're going to do the day of giving. Mr. Andrew.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Just real quick, overall fundraising for the year, we're up $878,000 year to date. Last couple of years, we've struggled with the donors, and that's what I want to touch on real quick with this upcoming day of giving. And just real quick to bore everybody with a little bit of background in me, I was a knucklehead kid from Chester, Virginia, that went to L.C. Byrd High School, who thought I was too cool for school and one of the best baseball players ever. So it was baseball that brought me to VMI, and it was that opportunity that, gave me the ability to, see the names on our locker room of Paulette Hall, our baseball stadium named after Gil Minor and Elman Gray. In my 3rd class year, Elman Gray passed away, and Elman Gray was my scholarship donor at VMI. And I went to his service in Jam Hall, and I heard all these people speak about how great of a man this was. And it was really a turning point in my cadetship that really helped me focus and understand the opportunity that I've been afforded to come to VMI. 2 years later, again, the VMI family, the other opportunity to join the alumni agencies and the Cadet Club. Since then, my hairline has receded tremendously. Losing the hair, to have the opportunity to get a weekly phone call from a Bill Paulette, not after a football loss. They're not as enjoyable, but nonetheless, a weekly phone call up until his death last May from Gil Minor. I mean, these are opportunities that a 25-year-old, 30-year-old, they don't get. The opportunity to drive a 2-star general around to share our VMI story. You don't get that opportunity, but VMI afforded me that opportunity. And upcoming on February 29th, I think one of the great things about the alumni agencies and our team is we get to continue to provide those opportunities to cadets and barracks. So on February 29th, it's a leap year. And for the cadets, it's an extra day for them to experience VMI. Way to them. And I think it's our duty as leaders of VMI to get behind this and to show some unity, show some support, and get behind what VMI is about. And so I'm asking all of you to help join us in our efforts on February 29th to unify, to reunite, to get our alumni behind VMI and what the main mission is, and that's for the support of the men and women in barracks and to continue to provide them the opportunity to have those experiences, whether they're a cadet or whether they're alumni, to be able to engage with our family, have the successes that all of us have been lucky to have. And so I'm asking you to help support us on February 29th with our Day of Giving. You'll see some of the categories up there that we're going to be focused on. You know, you choose where you want to support. The winning classes will get Mo on their jersey for the upcoming football season and basketball season. So we're going to try to create some excitement, try to unify the family, and I hope everybody will get behind it.
Great. So we'll get a push for an email.
Yes, sir.
Easy for us. We can.
Yeah.
We'll get it that day or some days preceding.
We're going to be sending out some board emails to our 3 boards and also this board leading up to the Day of Giving to try to get some initial push. So when we launch it on February 29th, we'll kind of show that unity and hopefully have a successful day. Again, it's about the cadets, so hopefully everybody will join us.
If I could just say, we are hoping that all board members who choose to participate will before the 29th, so then we can announce that success and get the moment.
We're gonna pop up a quick little video for you to watch. And I forgot to mention one thing in our annual meeting. As a depositor, I want y'all to feel very good. We do have, for the second time, we've had an external firm come in and evaluate us as the LLC. It's called RVK. They came in and they looked at our policies, our guidelines. They talked to our outsourced CIO and they made sure that our policies are mirroring up with what we're seeing in our reports. They talked to them. And so the outcomes of that were, one, we have a very good investment team. Our costs are actually very good. So we're going to take that and work a couple things. But the one thing we're worried about, again, we've been with them 15 years, and the people we start with that are getting a little older. So we need to look at, what options we have down the road. So that's one of the things that came out of it. They had just sold 49.9% to another firm. So we're going to have our fingers on that pulse and see how it all works out. Video for everybody.
Scroll through the website.
What's that?
You mentioned maybe scrolling through the website.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Website.
This is about call to duty. This board, encouraged us to do everything we could to support this particular program. This is the web page that's been developed that explains it step by step. And then there's an introductory video. Sorry, David.
Focusing the training and the well-being.
The beginning starts unfortunately with a down year. We had a grad class that entered smaller than anybody had hoped. And so the board of trustees welcomed the opportunity to be helpful. And so Call to Duty Scholarship. I lost 6 individuals who were coming to VMI. All 6 ended up going to Citadel, and why ignorance felt Citadel had package where they would pay for their board scholarship fees. Even if the individual wants to come to VMI as their first choice, you can't beat the economic argument for that other student growing in the board, get them to that decision.
So so we didn't have a lot of money to just throw around, basically get a scholarship or not go to college. So until I got the funding scholarship, I was probably not going to be able to come to VMI. Scholarship. Maybe free speaking girls, I don't know.
RTC were all covered tuition fees, and so I was like, well, when you're on the board, I'm also going out of state. It was just a big worry that out of state without anyway paying for living there. In the past, I've had a lot of nagging thoughts and nagging my head about big worries. I something through the VMI website or something. And I saw on that my person interaction, well, how do I apply this? I know what that's like to worry about something, you know, worry about your grades. How are you gonna get to some place? It's worth going through those experiences so that the next 4 years. I can have no to near my being my home.
Number of applications we got in right away. This was the deciding factor for me. It's not cheap. The community we were able to pull a handful of events from other senior military colleges. That was actually choose.
For the Call of Duty scholarship, I had my decision truly would have had to been Citadel because it was much more cost effective with it being in sleep. But with the Call of Duty, I was able to take VMI, that's where I wanted to go.
The quality of people who resides in that population is seeking to serve the nation in one of the armed services.
We have wonderful numbers of work, but the Call of Duty helps fill a niche that isn't currently. If you're really knowing that your funds are going to a high caliber student who wants to commission, who's embracing the lifestyle because they've chosen the ROTC path.
When you think about what's described in the parapet, it's about the peril, vindicating her defending her rights. These call to duty cadets bring their ROTC scholarship, or MET, or call to duty scholarship. They're precisely the kind of students who step into their vindicating our nation. That's a beautiful thing.
Everyone has different and reasons why it's not here. But everyone who has an autistic scholarship has the same motive to commission out of it to graduate. It's 4 years. I really think that anyone who served should not have tagged out like that. And I'm really concerned about the next year's class. That's not bad. I don't want any other kids to have to. How am I gonna get here? It's more compelling to come above all levels. That this school really cares about scholarships. It really promotes the idea that you want to serve and we'll make sure that you're okay.
The VMI Foundation embraces the opportunity to fundraise to make this call to duty permanent, and do that by inviting annual donors to make gifts to this need. And we're going to do that by building an endowment that ultimately will be sufficient enough to fund the program.
Congratulations.
Good. Well, all right. We started down that road, building that endowment. And, we already have some folks that have participated and looked to grow it.
Last year we had 87 Call of Duty.
81.
81. How about this year? How are we tracking?
15 right now, but I know I have 5 or 6 more ready for me. So I'll be doing that after this meeting.
All right. Any questions? If not, thank you.
David, thank you. And the agencies, we obviously depend enormously on the fine work you and the team do. So we appreciate that. Thank you. What? Questions from any other members before moving to committee reports? Anything, Cedric, before?
No comments.
Well, we'll move into committee reports. I think, as I mentioned, not to guide this too much, but we're going to try to be sure that we actually left ourselves a couple hours actually for the closed session, because there's an awful lot to discuss. I think as past meetings we've extended far, so trying to work within the boundaries of our time a little bit. Ask the presenters of committee reports to be conscious of that. Don't minimize the important points though, but try to keep pace. I will say, just as always, we started with the executive committee meeting actually on first evening. You've heard all the topics that we talked about in executive committee over the course of the briefings, and you'll hear some additional topics actually brought up in closed session. So the executive committee basically mirrored what you're seeing here in the closed session. The only thing I would say was we can talk about a few just sort of things that we can improve on, actually, just from a governance perspective. I think as everyone noticed when they opened up the portal, there were 732 pages of work in there. And so we're going to work skinny that down, be sure that all the pieces are there, but organized in a way that makes it easier for board members to navigate the materials there and be sure the focus is on the right topics. And just ask my other executive committee members that I capture that theme properly. Good. Anything else before we move into committee reports? If there isn't, Gus, you want to get us started?
Got the Academic Affairs Committee report, several motions. I'll go through those first and then discuss a few things that we talked about afterward. So the first item for our approval is the changes in the faculty. The Board of Visitors is charged with the responsibility of approving changes in the faculty. We had a couple of new appointments, I think in history and chemistry, and some folks going on leave and coming back from leave. Appointment of department heads and the changes. Service office. So we took a look at those. Those are all in your materials. We considered them and we recommend that the Board of Visitors approve the change to the faculty and that the that's included in your materials be included in the.
There's a motion.
Right.
Okay, we have a second.
Second.
Any question or discussion? Anybody not in favor? Thank you.
The next action item is the approval of graduates. We grant degrees in May, September, and January. I think we took care of the May ones, but we've got a couple of graduates from January 2024. We've got September 2023, November 2023, December graduates. So you've got a list of graduates enclosed. The Deputy Superintendent for Academics and Dean of Faculty have the authority to delete names of cadets who don't meet the requirements and add the name of graduates who fulfill those requirements. We took a look at that list and recommend that the board approve the list of graduates.
So we have a motion for the approval of the graduates. Is there a second?
Second.
Questions? Anyone opposed? I stand approved and thank you.
Our next action item is approval of curricular changes. Those new courses sound super interesting. Those are also included in the materials, and we've got removal of one class in computer sciences to get the addition of the constitutional history class. So we talked a little bit about those. It's our responsibility as the board to ensure academic quality and integrity to institute. We considered and discussed the curricular changes dated 11th January 2024, and we recommend approval of those curriculars and that they be included in the minutes.
The curriculum changes, is there a second? Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Stand approved. Thank you.
The next action item is approval of changes to the faculty handbook. We're charged with the responsibility of approving any changes in VMI regulations. The faculty handbook had some updates in April 2023, and the changes would establish a policy regarding sponsorship of permanent residency for teaching and research faculty. So it just provides a process for faculty who are foreign nationals to be approved for permanent residency. That had been done on sort of an ad hoc basis. Dean has expressed the need to have a clear path for folks who are not U.S. citizens to be to go through that process here and have VMI sponsor their permanent residency. So it just sets up and formalizes that process. We discussed that and recommend approval of that.
Motion to handbook changes. Is there a second?
Okay.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed?
Next action item is the approval of the entrance rate guidelines for academic salaries. So we're charged with the responsibility of approving entrance rate guidelines for faculty salaries at each academic rank. Those are also included in your materials. We discussed that these are guidelines. These aren't, necessarily where everybody's going to be, but these are what we're aiming for. We've had a lot of support over the past several years to get our faculty salaries up to where they're competitive. I think we're aiming to be the number 5 spot in the state. I think right now we're at 6 or maybe tied with 6, which is great for a school of our size. And so we really want to continue that. support of our faculty, make sure they're where they need to be. So we talked about that and looked at those guidelines, and we do recommend approval of those rate guidelines for faculty salaries. And they also include rates.
We have a recommendation. Was there a second? Second. Discussion. I think this has obviously been an area of great focus, actually, so it's good to see it continue to be front and center for the committee. So I've got a second. Any opposed? I stand approved then. Thank you.
Great. So I think those are all the action items. We also met the new director of the Miller Academic Center, Lieutenant Colonel Allison Pierce. She was at our board meeting yesterday as well. And Colonel Nicole Gatliff, the new registrar. So we talked to both of those folks and talked about where they are currently with both the Miller Academic Center and the registrar's office, where they intend to go. And the Miller Academic Center assists cadets with academic needs, math and reading, and if they're falling behind, getting folks in there and making sure that they have the resources they need to achieve academically and stay here, folks on academic probation. And another thing we talked about was assisting the faculty advisors, providing some support to them as they work with cadets. Got the Miller Academic Center fully staffed.
No, they're not fully staffed. They're looking
Not fully staffed. They're trying to hire, right? So
at academic support.
they've got the positions open and looking for fully staffed. And that's gonna be funded through the one VMI resources and the Pell Grant Initiative funding through SHEV, which I think that's PI. Is that right? Is that the SPI?
Yes.
Got the acronym. So we're excited about Lieutenant Colonel Pierce moving forward with her plans for the Miller. Colonel Gatliff, the registrar, discussed the challenges we discussed yesterday at the board meeting with the registration. Again, she jumped in with both feet and got things squared away. She's talking about some changes. Right now, they're looking at maybe changes in the process for issuing diplomas, which was news to me, but I guess we have them all hand signed by a calligrapher, and there's some efficiency that could come in there. So she's looking at that. And the registrar's office is now fully staffed. And some of the folks are new, so we're trying to just get everybody on board and up to speed and where we need to go. We're talking about making sure everybody's trained properly and cross-training staff so that everybody can fill the roles that need to be filled. And if there are staff shortages in the future, make sure that the folks there are able to handle that. Let's see. I think the last thing we talked about was the standardized testing. As we discussed, I believe at the last board meeting, colleges, including VMI, moved toward SAT, ACT, standardized testing optional for application and admissions. That was pretty much consistent nationwide. And one thing we're looking at is whether we want to continue to have that test be optional or whether we want to make that go back to where it's required. So if you want to apply for an ROTC scholarship or if you want to apply for a merit scholarship, you still are required to take a standardized test, SAT or ACT. And so we're looking at how folks are performing, whether the GPAs for the kids who are not taking the SAT or ACT are sufficiently indicative of their academic success that we don't need to require SAT and ACT for everybody. Across the board, I think the materials we got said about 80% of colleges are at optional standardized testing. Some of the colleges, I think we said MIT it's not, they require that. But we're just gonna have a continuing discussion of that. There's a committee looking at whether that makes sense. They're gonna collect a couple years of data to see, whether our process without those standardized tests is effective or whether we need to go back to requiring standardized testing. I think they said about 1/3 of applicants are currently submitting standardized test scores. We looked at, how those folks are doing over time. And there is going to be a permanent change. If we're going to move toward permanently just allowing that to be optional, we'll need to make a decision. But right now, we're just going to continue to move forward and look at how that goes. Did I forget anything?
Discussion.
Great discussion and
Lengthy discussion about how we send our diplomas off to, you used to send them off to Florida for hand calligraphy. How do we do that here in Lexington?
right.
Very interesting.
Super interesting. I never thought of it.
Signatures still happen to a degree.
Right. Be not news to all of us.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Gus again? Thank you for a good report and well done for the committee. Thank you.
10 minutes.
Yes, no, absolutely. Please. I hope I didn't make that same I just keep the pace. Damon, athletics.
Chairman, we met, in case, go through some of the highlights here, for the committee. Mr. Brown introduced, 5 new, athletic hires, in the department, athletic compliance, assistant baseball coach, new assistant basketball coach, football, secondary team coach, and then also our offensive line coach, all new to the program. So welcome those new, athletic hires there. Talk about some highlights for the fall season, and 4 of our sporting events, football particularly, we had most wins in a looked over given year period. So it was highlighted the most wins in a 5-year stretch since the 78-82 seasons. Most conference wins, in a 5-year stretch since 60-64, seasons. 8 members of the team recognized with Southern Conference accolades. Of course, we're bringing home the Silver Shake Oak this year as well. So great news that for the football team. Men's soccer, first Division I win in 9 years. Most wins in 17 years. As we spoke to, 2 players earned league honors from our men's soccer program. On the women's soccer side, we first conference win since 2017. Our freshman Barrett Collegio that was named to the Southern Conference all freshman team, all Southern Conference all freshman team. And our keeper Julianne Hall became VMI all-time saves leader for the soccer program. Impressively. Cross country, Kevin Shanks was the standout, had a standout year, Southern Conference freshman of the year. And then we had a number of athletes that represent VMI at the Southern Conference regionals. Talked about the APR, the academic progress rate report. 5 of our teams finished with the perfect 1,000 APR scores for the year. And then it was pointed out from athletics, monitoring our women's cross country and track football team, making sure that we stay on track above the average of what our points on APR on our student athletes. On the academic performance side, we had from athletes to the core athletics, student athletes, GPA average was 2.85, core 2.87. Many of the teams improved their GPA from term to term, and no team GPA was lower than 2.5. Very good. 31 cadet athletes with 4.0 grade point average, 13 with a cumulative of 4.0 grade point average. And we had 209 cadet athletes that posted during their term. Went on to the finances. We spoke to the superintendent had approved 5 actions to the athletic budget to address those key areas. I'll give you some highlights of it and what the impact of those numbers will be. So from athletics department, cost cutting and revenue increase. Some of the examples were around increasing ticket revenues, game guarantee revenues, those options in consideration, and prioritize and manage team operating costs. So that projected, looked over 5-year projection, that impact was around about $1.8 million. $1.8 million impact. Around corporate sales and advertising, we're energized. We are hiring a staff member to focus on the maximizing the corporate sales revenue side. And we're looking at a projection over 5 years on a $1.5 million impact. Indirect costs, beginning here in fiscal year 25, athletic indirect cost rate will drop 5% for the department, and that projection over a 5-year period in $2.5 million impact. Athletic fee increases is an authorized charge for cadets. VMI is at the higher end of that for the state for those fees. So that grows over the lower end of the scale for fee revenue. That projection over a 5-year period is around about $1 million. And then we're looking at the superintendent's discretionary account, increase the contributions made for that account. We're asking around about $60,000 a year. That projection around about $300,000 impact. So the total projected impact for all actions, about a $7 million impact, which is roughly about a $360,000 a year impact increases for that budget. So we feel as presented by 2027, the athletic department will be operating in a positive. Closing remarks, we had part of this system of athletics will come from the partnership with Cadet Club, obviously we hand in hand with the Cadet Club and enhancing funds for operations. General Wins has initiated a task force for athletics to make action and recommendations as relates to the approved strategic plan. So plenty of work ahead, and it will be reviewed for the standpoint on things. That's all I have. Any of the committee members have any comments?
Just one correction. It was 6 recommendations.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes.
Questions for Damon and the committee members? Thank you, Damon.
Thank
you. Betty? AF&P?
Audit, finance, and planning. We have 2 board motions to be considered. They're both standard at this meeting. The first one is the amendment of this year's fiscal year 24 budget. This adjusts the budget from what we approved back in April, reflecting how we're viewing performance today. It's good news with the larger core size. There's an additional revenue of $1.9 million. And long and short of that is that it'll decrease the use of reserve funds by about $1.5 million. This is there's a tab in the book. I put this forward as a motion to amend the operating budget by $1.9 million.
You're right, it is in the book and we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Any questions, comment? Disapprove? Then approve then. Thanks, Teddy.
Thank you. Second motion is approval of the VMI Post Facilities Master Plan. This is on page 437. On board, or you're old fashioned and want to use the handout that's at your table. This is a remarkable document. Again, this is an annual document that's updated every year and we approve at this meeting. But it does kind of lay out a description of every building on post. It covers the 23 to 28 time period, and it's a look ahead at what we expect in terms of capital improvements and request state. Good stuff in here, pages 54 to 56. You can see the charts on the capital projects that are expected. So we'll need a motion to approve this.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Comments? I just echo what you said, Teddy. It's actually worth reading through actually, because there's quite a bit of detail in there and shows thoroughness by which we sort of, manage the assets that are so precious to us. So is there anyone not in favor? And I stand approved. Thank you.
The AF&P committee did its part to contribute to those 700 pages.
Duly noted.
Yeah. We took a look at the outlook for this year's budget, and things are in order. We're on track. I mentioned the adjustment that will reduce the deficit. No promises from Dallas and the team, but I think we can expect a further positive efforts to show in the course of the year to reduce that deficit even further. We looked at the significant assumptions around next year's budget. And particular efforts were given to two items, really, the athletics budget and also assumptions around tuition and fee increases. On the athletics side, we heard from Damon, great work by the team. And those large deficits that we were looking at in April into the future with no end in sight have come back into control and reversing that in due course. Should we be successful with the 6 items laid out by the suit. We do have concern on the tuition and fees. You remember in April, we identified concern around, particularly around out-of-state tuition, and are we pricing ourselves out of the market there? The current assumptions for next year are a 3% increase, which would mean $900 increase in tuition and fees for in-state, $1,800 for out-of-state. So the current view is that we exacerbate the issue that we raised concern on back in April. So it's highly likely that the AF&P committee will meet before the spring meeting to discuss just this topic and see if there aren't some other options. We heard from Colonel Bissell's team on post safety and security. We were not able to spend a lot of time on this, but the time that we did spend on hearing about VMI's emergency management efforts were very reassuring. And so it's clear the team is strong, spends proper time at top. Committee, anything else?
Just continually impressed with General Clark and his team and their good work and
Thanks, Gus.
It's out-of-state tuition. There was some discussion too about what the impact of the higher tuition is on our actual enrollment. That if we can.
Right. Cost-wise, we're right in the middle. For state, we're high compared to most other state institutions, and we'll take a look at our competitiveness against Citadel and other schools. Hugh, we're looking forward to seeing the Spots and Fane ads in our home when the buyer comes and talks to you.
Thank you, Teddy. Good reporting. And as you emphasize, there's a lot that happens between now and the next meeting, actually related to the financials. And thank you and the committee for committing to spend the extra time. Inclusive excellence, Lester.
Pretty uneventful meeting. It was Brianna and her team did a really good job updating us on where they are and what they've been doing. First thing I want to talk about real quick is we have a March 31st due date for, and it has a reporting requirement for DOI plans. Basically boils down to a 2023 update on accomplishments as well as a 2024 plan of action. I'll just kind of go through briefly what they're looking to do. Basically, it's
broken up into three different goals with several objectives associated with each goal. Goal 1 is access and success. Recruit and retain a diverse workforce by increasing access to diverse populations for recruiting. Broken up into 2 objectives: continue to improve hiring processes and increase access to applicants from diverse populations. And objective 2, continue to retain and promote a diverse workforce. Goal 2, welcoming and respectful culture. Create and sustain a culture that welcomes and embraces diverse opinions, independent thinking, respectful interactions to deliver optimal results for the organization and its customers. And it's also broken up into 2 objectives. 1 being persistent, creating and maintaining a climate that is supportive and respectful of the values and integrates different perspectives and experiences. Objective 2, continue to provide an environment where conflicts, concerns, and complaints are aired and addressed expeditiously. Goal 3, state agency DOI infrastructure and training, which is maintain a plan and infrastructure that continues to provide individualized skills training and career development for state employees. Agencies report annually on DOI goals and accomplishments. This one is broken up into 3 objectives: continue to amplify opportunities to advance the goals continued outlined in this framework, continue to create structures and processes of accountability to increase organizational effectiveness with the Department of Human Resource Management, and objective 3, continue training education workshop available to all employees. So again, Brianna and her team will work to develop this plan and get it to the state by March 31st. From there, we talked to, we had 2 cadets join us. We had Cadet Mickens, who's I think she's just maybe 2nd or 3rd time joining the committee meeting. She's a 3rd, and then we had Cadet Stober, who actually was on the bagpipes last night.
Was, absolutely.
First classman. They basically offered their perspectives on the training. Cadet Stober definitely had a very good perspective from a first. One of the things that came up was, we all know VMI is kind of set in a regimental hierarchy system, and there was some discussion around 3rds being able to conduct training for 2nds, and how that doesn't always go so smoothly. So that Stover gave us some insights on how he's a little bit able to be a little bit more effective as a 1st as far as training for 2nds. So that to me showed a indication as we watched DOI progress, the adjustments that are made to kind of better facilitate the things that we're trying to accomplish in that department. So I'm not going to go through it because it's a massive amount of information, but if you take a look at your your packet, they did a great job of kind of laying out the information that was collected from the key. A couple of key points to point out was the difference between the satisfaction numbers of the 4th class cadets versus the 2nd class. We kind of discussed a couple of things that might contribute to that, but anybody that's been in training, especially training that you've had to take continuously, you know, your satisfaction level tends to decrease based on the number of times you're taking it. So 2nd classmen, of course, if you, like I said, you read, they went so far. I actually started reading and it was so many of them end up stopping probably halfway, but just even individual statements from the kids with regard to their feelings on it. Some are good, some are bad, some in, so you can kind of take from what you will, but I think for the most part, especially again, listening to Brianna and her team, they're taking this information and they're kind of sifting through it and taking it seriously and trying to make the proper adjustments to facilitate better engagement from the kids as far as the training is concerned. We have a couple different things that are coming up. One is the 1st class presentation. I think that's on March 6th. Stephanie, but that's the only part I got.
Stephanie Easter. Yeah, she's a retired OSD, SES, Senior Executive Service. She now works for me and she's very well versed in diversity. And so I've worked with the diversity office and she's going to come and be the guest speaker.
Yep, so she was his recommendation, so again, Brianna took that, ran with it, and luckily her schedule allowed her to participate, so.
General Wins has worked with her in the past.
We have.
Maybe let's on that point too. It's an appeal really for all board members because experiential learning is such a great piece of how we can kind of develop people and deliver messages. So invite every board member to, as Terry did, bring an idea forward. I think you saw from Brianna, she's very receptive.
Yep. Couple of items. We have a posting for a program manager. Purpose of the program manager basically is Brianna is doing a lot of this work right now, which prevents her from doing some other things that are very important for the office. So there's a job posting out there where this person would focus more of their attention on the programming around what the kids actually touch and feel. I think Brianna said there was all about 4 applicants. She's hoping for more. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how that plays out. Brianna actually is in Atlanta as we speak. She left yesterday evening. We are receiving an award from the Not Alone Foundation. It's called the Diamond Award for our VMI's diversity and inclusion efforts. So we as the board members, we went on the website and it looks like it's a pretty cool award, pretty cool organization. So she's down there accepting that award on our behalf at this moment. There's some changes going on around the website to kind of provide a lot more information with regard to the activities behind what the department. You can see there's I always laugh because I learned in the restaurant business, every month has a lot of different things that are celebrated. So we got January, we got February, we got March. So there's we laid out January through April. Anything after that, y'all have to Google. But we've highlighted some of the things that are related to diversity things. And then we have programming. And what I want to say about programming before I kind of read a couple of them. One of the things we talked about at the committee, and one of the things that me and Brianna talk about a lot is taking the stigmatism away from the race conversation as far as what we're trying to do, and make it something that people don't feel like they can't touch and feel and talk about. And actually, I wrote a quote from Cadet Stover, made a statement. Actually, it was Cadet Mickens. She said, you have to make the uncomfortable comfortable. So that was one of the things that she goes into when she talked about trying to just get the kids comfortable having conversations that in most cases may be uncomfortable for them. And it really boils down to just kind of making this not feel like a heavy lift. It's something that people. So there are a couple different programming things that have going on. Had Brianna detail a couple from, of course, we have Black History Month in February. One of the things that she has going on with Eric Wilson, who's the director of the Rockbridge Historical Society, will be giving a presentation about Lexington's Black history, which goes above and beyond just the Civil War and slavery. There's a lot of, as we know in Virginia, there's a lot of history. So we don't necessarily always have to focus on just those two things. So again, in an effort to, like I say, not make this feel such a heavy lift. We have Women's History Month, a generational event where women of various generations come together and share advice and experiences. Although this is a woman-focused event, everyone is invited to attend. We have Lift Every open mic night
It was in honor of Martin Luther King. VMI cadets, faculty, and staff came together to share their talents and talk about their dreams with the VMI community. We have Virginia Museum of Fine Arts Artmobile that's going to bring art to understand. The purpose of that is to bring art to underserved communities. It's an opportunity to bring art to the surrounding community of VMI so we can engage our neighbors and put citizens in contact with our citizens. So, and Clothesline Project with Project Horizon in Title IX. The Clothesline Project is a national project to help people understand the impacts of sexual assault within their communities, seeing shirts that communities have designed with messages about how sexual assault has impacted their lives, help people see how prevalent sexual assault is. Game nights at Preston Library. And then we already talked about the inclusive equity. I think that is pretty much it. The board members, chime in. That concludes my.
It's good. Lester, I think as you said too, our initiatives here have evolved over time and you reflected some of those changes that have come, even something that may seem as simple to us now that having a third sort of try to lead a discussion of first, it just in the system within VMI, it's a bit challenging just by the nature of our system. So it's been great that the group's been able to adapt, haven't they?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Lester? John, appeals.
Yeah, we met yesterday afternoon. We had the honor court president, we had vice presidents for investigations and education, and 2 assistant prosecutors. It was 2 overarching thoughts. It was a really thorough discussion about trends, really, and sort of 2 types of trends. One, trends in cases, which I'll touch on in a minute. Also trends in what I would call substantive areas. And then the other overarching point I would make is that anybody who sits in that room and spends time with those cadets walks out without a hint of concern about the honor system being vibrant at VMI. On the trends, I'll touch on those just for a second. On the more substantive side, I'm just actually sort of blown away by how abreast and engaged the cadets are on AI, not just in their training with the Corps, which is extensive, but to be totally honest, in the investigations and the cases that they're handling. They're handling AI better than a lot of professional organizations I work with, to be completely honest. They are on it. They have experts that they utilize, and it's pretty impressive. Another trend, which I think the committee, and I'll open it up and they can agree or disagree, took as a good thing is when we talked about the numbers, there's like a healthy activity going on. There's a lot of reports. That's a good thing. And so I think people felt good about it. With respect to sort of disciplinary action, there's been 4 drum outs this year, which I think if you look over time, it's sort of kind of right down the middle inside the sort of number of activity you would expect. So really thorough report. And committee members, anything to add?
I'll just say, we've heard it a couple times this morning. The honor system is vibrant, and we talked at the meeting actually about how in some places it's not service academies, but other universities. And I'm no concerns about how much not only the honor corps, but the Corps especially.
Yeah.
Take that to heart.
Yeah.
Just hearing Cole and Warner's comments actually and references, including, up in New York with alumni, that's what a great endorsement.
That's my report.
I have one question, John. I know that previously we had talked about looking at the demographic amounts, that effort continued. And I know it's tough with a small sample size, but just out of concern whether there's any disparity with the demographics.
They're not real. It's a small size. But we did talk a little bit about it, but it's not.
Core. I mean,
yeah. Right.
I just wondered if we were looking at that over time still.
And if you look, we didn't do like a detailed long look back, but there's nothing that I would highlight as a. Yeah.
Done.
You, External Relations. Thank you, Mr. President. External Relations met yesterday. We had all our committees present. We briefly reviewed our charter and approved the minutes of the September committee meeting. We were supported in our efforts with staff members, Major Grace Moyer, who gave a museum system report, Fubar, government relations report. Michelle Elwood, Acting Director of Communications and Director, Communications and Marketing, who gave a there for us, General Clark, and Amy Reed and Christian Heilman from the Alumni Agencies. And Christian Heilman's a new addition to your staff, so it was nice to be here. We had a very good review of first a report from the S5 regimental staff about all the external relations at the course participating in, a museum report, government relations report, and communications and marketing. Our committee did our fair share of adding to the 781 pages on board. A lot of great material in there, so I'll try to hit the highlights in the interest of time. Included in that material are resumes and bios of all of the new members of the General Assembly. That took 60 of those pages. But good stuff. You should, if you have a minute, if you haven't done already, go through and see all of the members of our legislature. So really good. Our Cadet S5 report, Cadet Noah Campbell, who's headed off to medical school after he graduates at some point, probably take a year off and then go. We had 3 open houses that we heard, I think, yesterday in the fall, about 70 to 90 prospective cadets in each one of those. We've got 3 open houses coming this fall. Over Thanksgiving, furlough, about 100 cadets visited 70 locations for Thanksgiving, and about 70 cadets visited about 60 locations. I think we heard about this yesterday. About interesting metric, about 50% of those in the Corps today had attended an open house before they came to VMI. It's really a powerful metric. The S5 also supports Thanksgiving and Christmas dinners that they put on down at Crozet Hall for the Corps, which is really a fun thing. We then heard a great museum report from Major Moyers in Colonel Gibson's absence. He was unable to attend with us. I'll pass this around. We usually have one of these at every place, but we didn't have it today. But a great report from Colonel Gibson and his staff on what's going on at the museum. Some of the highlights included some new artifacts that we've obtained. To ask her favorite was, and so locket that was given. A member of the class of 1941, probably as he's heading off to war, that might have been donated to the museum. A lot of cadet interactions, both on post as well as inviting students from other local colleges who are interested in museum curating as a career. Your science folks participated at the museum and some of their efforts to learn how to catalog digitally items. Chemistry class did an interesting study on metals through the ages. We have metal artifacts that are 2,000 years old to the present, and they were able to carbon date or do some testing about as the ages. Some traveling exhibits that we've got, other presentations that have been presented around the Commonwealth. Great report. Jackson House continues to be robust, and the New Market the museum also has had a lot of events. Great report. Elwood gave us an update on communications and marketing. There's been a decrease year over year on media coverage of VMI. That's bad news. There was a little bit of a spike during the press about the better monument and prospects for where things will be located. Some new, well, you know, this is the 50th anniversary of the Institute report. So there's a lot of interesting work around that. We'll have some look back articles as the year goes forward on look backs over the of what has been reported in the Institute. Looking for some new staff. We need a new assistant director of brand marketing. Beth, I think, to the admissions office. But we recently hired Rita Daniels, who's going to be a social media specialist. She comes to us as a public affairs officer in the National Guard, so a lot of great experience there. Our social media continues to be robust, pushing out what we call reels. These are video. I like the term reels. But meet your captain stories, reels on auxiliary services that we saw one day on. See these on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, so very robust social media out there. Again, our positive media hits outweigh our negative. FOIA requests last year outpaced those. Right about on the same pace. So this very interesting project, we have a 12-week brand perception project that the communications and marketing group will be undertaking around Post to focus on and get input around Post on where our brand should focus. That information will be collected and then analyzed by Hanover Consulting, a group that's been hired to provide results about where our focus should be on brand marketing going forward. We'll take that information and then go to market and look to engage, John, to your point, a marketing consultant who can come in and help us with the program going forward for our brand marketing. And there's some discussion about how to go about that RFP in a way that we can, like, and consultant or marketing consultant be with us for a long period of time to really understand VMI. Help us, because once you understand the Institute, it's easier, obviously, to provide advice on crisis management as well as brand management going forward. So that is underway. We had a great report from the alumni agencies, but we've frankly heard most of it already. So great work on we all received or saw the results of the survey, which Amy provided to us as well. You can look at that. I believe it's in the alumni review, but have these been handed out, Amy, to everyone here?
No, I did not.
Pass that around.
It will be in the February alumni review for everyone.
And I won't repeat everything you've heard already. I just think it's fascinating, this geofencing. Scary, but effective. So keep doing it. It's just really interesting. Our government relations report locally, Colonel Bubar reported on a number of items that have occurred here locally. In September, General Wins participated in a Chamber of Commerce event sponsoring presidents of WNL, Institute, Gateway Community College, and Southern College. Very interesting there. September, there was a Gold Star Family Memorial event at Golden Point. Very impactful. VMI Cadet Color Guard. The anthem was sung by a cadet, and Chaplain Casper was able to. So September. In October, General Clark addressed the local Rotary Club. Never an easy sell, but I'm sure you did a great job. Fielded a lot of great questions there. In December, the Corps led the Lexington. A lot of good stuff. Here locally, construction going on at Jordan's Point, new service road and lunch areas, ADA trails. As you may know, the Institute used to own Jordan Point Island, I think it's called, and we donated that to the city. So we're very connected to Jordan Point and continue to be. And also note that the construction of a bike lane along Route 11 between, as you enter Post right by Foster Stadium, is going to start this spring, summer. So it's going to slow down activity through that. And we did discuss the in terms of local relations, the parking issue on that hill. I don't know if anyone else at the table was guilty of parking there during your cadetship. It really was. Right. Continue to monitor that. On the state level, obviously, we've had a huge changeover in state legislature. I don't know, 80% of the legislature's brand unbelievable. I think unprecedented turnover in our legislature. So Colonel Parker and the rest of our staff are very busy getting to know all those folks. I was impressed too to know that they're not only reaching out and meeting these new officials, but their staff as well. As we all know, it's so important that. So a lot of hard work meeting all these new folks. We, of course, General Wins is involved with all of this as well. As meeting the two new committee chairs for education and appropriations. meeting our local representatives. Senator Carol Foy, VMI alum, is going to carry our bills forward Senate side, and Delegates Campbell and Delegate Austin on the House Senate. So a lot of new activity going on there, and as to the budget or something we'll be keeping an eye on. Those that affect them. There is a legislative reception February 26th. If you can make it, if you're in Richmond or if you want to travel to Richmond for that event, it's always a great event where the Institute brings down our great cadets that always make such a wonderful impression. Board members, alumni agencies, leaders always there to greet our legislators. Library of the Library of Virginia, Cross Street, Richmond. So if you can make it, it's a great event.
It was the 22nd.
22nd?
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. February 22nd. Appreciate it. Okay, that concluded the reports. We then entered into closed session. The External Relations Committee is charged with awards and honors. So we have two motions to recommended resolutions to bring to place today. To back up, you recall that at our September meeting, pursuant to our bylaws, the board voted to appoint New Market Medal Committee to consider the award of a New Market Medal. Pursuant to our bylaws, formed that committee in October. He is comprised as the chair of the External Relations Committee there. The president of the Alumni Association, Anthony Moore, president of the foundation, Ernesto Sampson, for support from the staff, Colonel Kim Parker and Colonel and General Clark supported us. And we appointed as alumni at large, Brian Barton, class of 68, as president of the VMI Foundation, Bill Paulette, we're also class of 68, and would class of 69. Bill Boland, who is meeting as president of visitors. We met in November. We met again in December. And as a result of our deliberations, that committee recommends that the New Market Medal be presented to Gil Minor posthumously, class of 63. Minor's love of VMI and contributions to the Institute, I think, are known by all. They are wide and deep and might say legendary. As president of the foundation, served on the Key Club Board of Governors, served as president of the Board of Visitors. Ray Minor baseball field is part of his contribution to the Institute. Served on Chev, not to mention his amazing career at Owens & Minor, taking that company to truly international status during his leadership as chair, CEO. There's a resolution that we have prepared in anticipation of acceptance, but we present from the committee, the New Market Medal Committee, coming through the External Relations Committee, a recommendation that the New Market Medal be presented, if accepted by the family. So we can talk about that with the family. Okay. At the New Market Medal or the Memorial Parade.
F4 is a resolution, and I as a second. Not just as a comment, I wholeheartedly support that, and have had the chance to actually work with Gil Minor in the course of a number of corporate activities outside of Gil's, his firm actually. So he's touched so many different areas that it's an easy decision. Anyone opposed? That stands approved. Thank you. We have another recommendation for a naming opportunity. During from September and our we're going to belay the last one for closed session. Thank you.
That concludes our report. Subject to any questions or comments from our external relations?
A lot of work covered there, Hugh. Thank you very much. Conrad.
Okay,
Nominee.
our committee met yesterday and everyone was present and we approved our minutes. Consistent with our charter, one of the first things we did was discuss recommendations for maybe individuals for the board. I will mention that one of the things we were looking at is this year, Mr. Johnson is coming up. Appointment, Mr. Marsh, your term ends. And Ms. Todd, because you were named for general nominee, you are up for reappointment. And that's for this year. For next year, Mr. Bain term ends, Mr. Washington terms in. Mr. Williams and myself will be up for reappointment. Ms. Lord has not been forgotten. She is scheduled for reappointment in 2025, but last night Gussie showed me her appointment and we're going to clarify whether it's by issue given the appointment and who was in prison. I think one of the things I asked this board last time we met, and I'm going to reemphasize that, is if you could submit some names that you think would be good candidates, I can pass them on to Mr. Moore about this board and government. I think the other thing that we spoke with Mr. Watt was, given there's the turnover in the board, you need to be very cognizant of the members of each committee and set one up for succession properly. I know for myself that as not an alumni, it took me a full 2 years before I can on anything around here. So I think this is a very well-run institution. There's a lot to be done. And I told Mr. Moore, and I'd like to thank him. He's always very professional and communicating with him. We're going to try and get our board to the Alumni Association, the expectations that we agree to live. And it's up to the governor to ultimately appoint who wants to this board, but we want to follow good governance. The second issue is, you were all aware, we were given some amendments to the bylaws that were going to our committee. Our committee yesterday sat down and went through the bylaw. There were questions with respect to the amendments and the existing Virginia law, and we have an ethics, also a general order that discusses conflicts of interest. From our committee, what we're going to do is make sure that if there are any changes to the bylaw regarding conflict, that they are narrowly tailored and that they do not, that they're in compliance with state law and narrower. I think that is what we're concerned about. I think that all of us know that as board members, we have fiduciary responsibilities. And if there is a conflict of interest, we should make president, council of this board aware of potential conflict. So with that in mind, our committee advises me with this at the next meeting to determine what is the best way to either maybe adopt a policy, do nothing, and that will take me studying the existing law. Anyone else on my committee, did I summarize everything fairly with respect to those discussions?
You want to those tweaks to the bylaws outside of the conflict of interest, or are we just going to hold off?
We're going to hold off to the next one. I want to do everything at once. So the other changes look fine because I thought they were necessary for governance, in my opinion. I will say the one thing we did forget was with respect to potential board members, flag officers, and maybe someone with experience in higher education, just for all of you to keep in mind. But I'd ask you all, if you have any suggestions, please reach out. And does anybody have any questions or comments?
I'll just reinforce what you said. I'll be between now and the May meeting reaching out to some board members because there is some transition that needs to occur at committee levels and chairs and things like that. So that's in my court to work with any of you on that. So expect to follow up.
That concludes our report.
Thank you, Conrad. Well done. Vet and Military Affairs.
Okay, we met yesterday and all of our members were officially with Tom as a guest. It was helpful. The commandant reports and members of his staff, which was very helpful in focusing on Texas for the meeting. But also had Steve Johnson, alumni. Our meeting started off with the ROTC reports, which were brief in nature. The commissioning numbers are in the package that you have, but keep in mind that the commissioning numbers will change and we'll have more accurate information concerning incoming class in our May meeting. But the Army side, Colonel Scott Brannon will be moving to a new assignment in June, and he did not have, has not been announced to him who the replacement will be. Their Army's set for commission 137. They've got projected 130 for summer training that's coming up, which includes additional slots for the additional type of military training like air assault and CTLT. The Army, we participate in the ROTC Ranger competition, which we heard we won the regional competition. We will be participating in the competition at Sandhurst, I believe is West Point sponsored, and that's the 22nd and 28th of April. We also have a Ranger competition team of 8 cadets that will be participating in the Cambion Patrol, which is a British Army pioneer patrolling event in Wales. And that will be a 2-week drill for these young individuals. And there will be 111 teams basically participating in this. It's a real honor to be invited to that, and that will be occurring in April 13th. So that's just a portion of our meeting. The Navy, we're going to be commissioning 35 Navy, 28 Marines, and this year for the Navy Marine, the Navy is 100% selection. Whereas for Naval ROTC, the commission, they just before commission, they had an option of maybe switching to Marine. The Navy right now is not permitting that. So you're a Navy ROTC hoping to become a Marine, that won't happen this year. So Air Force commissioning 13. I might find it interesting to know that we're ranked 7th in size of Air Force ROTC in the nation. There's 145 ROTC programs. Texas A&M is number 1 in Air. We do not have any Space Force cadets candidates that are up for commissioning in 2024. We knew that, it was projected. We do have a Space Force captain entering our Air Force ROTC staff this summer. So, to go to the Space Force, that's something that the cadet selects. And we suspect that having a Space Force officer among our ROTC might encourage those to move in that direction. One thing that's going with the Air Force, they're having a delay on so for the commissioning Air Force officers, there's a delay on the base preference and board results and medical records. Essentially, their Air Force is aligning their ROTC programs to be aligned with the Air Force Academy graduates. So where that makes it difficult for our ROTC staff is delayed assignment for these candidates, and therefore they have muster to figure out where they're going to get their physicals and all those kind of things. So, but that's affecting all Air Force. Common to all of our ROTCs, they'll all be completing their FTX this spring here. All of them are, give high ratings to the Call of Duty scholarships. I can't tell you how significant that has been. Our scholarship numbers show that. And we were pleased to see that we're working towards a sustainability of that Call of Duty scholarship. It's going to have a huge impact on our community. That covered our ROTC. Is there anything I missed on that you all think we need to cover?
The other thing, the Navy side is last year we had a goal of 6 Navy nuke. This year it's 11. That's a pretty substantial job.
And we've changed some course curriculum to support the success of that as well. So we move on to the next part of our meeting, which was the commandant and the commandant staff. And in your package, you see a big calendar of all the things that are taking place. So we know that our attrition here for RATs this year was 55. That percent is a little bit lower than past years. In the commandant staff, we had Commander Julie Shank and Colonel Faust from their department. Colonel Faust briefed us on the demerit situation, which the demerit average, you could average demerit, doesn't always work that way, but it's 24 per cadet. It's down about 5%, I believe they mentioned. They also presented a process that they have for working with those cadets when they get on conduct probation, and system that they run through to try and make the cadet, help the cadet succeed at VMI. So that was important. When Commander Shank went through the calendar, and what I felt was important about that, how much information that's in that calendar, that what they have to do. So the breakout is on the horizon for the RATs. They will be moving quickly into all of these events that require the midterm exams, along with all of the sports. They'll go for their spring furlough the end of March. They come back and they have the month of April, and then they go right to exams. And so one of the key elements is built in is the transition of the leadership to the next class that's going to be running our barracks. And I happened to be able to witness some of that last year. And you can see from the results of the cadets that we have here of how successful that was. But that's a key focus in addition to all of the other items that these cadets go through. And then we finalized our meeting. We actually saved most of our time for it, was the roundtable discussion with our cadets. And so we had approximately 10 cadets, our key leadership, which you all saw today, and they spoke to you. But in addition, we had a cross section for all first class privates, and the discussion focused on leadership in the Corps, the class system, the regimental system, and how all of these interact, and how they interact with the different OGA and the different departments, and the RAT Challenge program, and how all of these fit together. And their focus is to finish this RAT line. They've done an outstanding job. One of the things they believe they've done, they've put together and run an outstanding RAT line this year. We're off of COVID. They have a marked improvement in grade performance, which is measurable. So it's RATs breaking out, becoming a class. They're already becoming a class. They're rioting, maybe doing their own riot, and that's a good thing. And then the second thing they want to focus on as well is the class system and fourth class and RAT GPAs. And then I'm not gonna reiterate what you heard today, but we know we have a very mature, serious, conscientious core leadership. And it was interesting to get the views of our first class privates as well. And the future is bright. They do not feel they're done. I mean, they're their hardest critics. And so I think they've done an amazing job. And to finish up, before I do any other comments, I did want to report back to you about the VMI boxing team of sports. We have a whole host. Congratulations to our commandant staff and Command Sergeant Major Rubenstein, because she helps get all of these things rolling and happening. But the boxing team, I got a report from the cadet head of the boxing team, Cadet Boyd, and I'll just summarize it. They have a new coach, Gunnery Sergeant Henderson. Last week, they competed at Glenville State University in West Virginia. They had 2 wins, 2 losses. This week, the team begins up to 6 practices a week. And what they're doing is the team is in full throes. They're gearing up for the national tournament competition March 21st and 23rd in Houston, Texas. So the qualifications to coach boxing is significant. The commandant staff helped to get this coach aligned, to get the certification. You need a special certification card to just be in the corner and coach. So team sports is important at VMI, and we're really pleased that that's open and running again. So other comments from committee? Any questions?
Scott, having sat through the discussion with the cadets, it's for those that didn't do it, it was quite impressive, the openness and candor and the willingness to accept things that are working, but also places where there's opportunity for improvement, which was very nice to see. I'm sure others felt the same way. And then second, thank you for bringing up the club sports, because that's obviously an important part. There's so many of our cadets participate in that. Actually, it's a piece of the event, the experience that we probably need to be sure the board's continually apprised of.
So just keep in mind, our next meeting, we'll be getting into exams, and we'll meet our new leadership as well. So a lot to do here.
Sure is.
In several months.
Absolutely. Good.
Plus there's snow coming.
No coming.
You know it's gonna.
You heard it here first. Actually, make your crop and planting decisions based on Scott's meteorological sort of review. Any questions? Any final thoughts? Also, before Cedric, maybe find out before we move into a closed session. Yeah, please.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, I
No, no.
forgot to mention this from the academic affairs committee. We did have a further discussion with Colonel Askham about the FAFSA changes, how that's potentially impacting our cadets. I should have mentioned that earlier, and she did give us a full committee yesterday. But we went into that a little bit further, and some of the concerns are the changes to the formula. And one of the things she mentioned was a particular concern was if someone had been eligible for aid before, and there may be a first or second, and that aid goes away, what happens, and how do we support those kids, make sure we can get them to the finish line. So again, she did touch on that. I'm full confident in her team. She seems to be totally on top of it. I just wanted to flag that as an issue that their team is dealing with.
Thank you.
Sorry to comment.
No, don't worry. Thank you for bringing it. Anything else, Cedric? Anything else you'd like to?
Appreciate the feedback from all the committee chairs and the committees as a whole. I think the adjustments will continue to work.
Moving to closed session. Thank all of you and joining us. Actually, it's been a very productive couple of days, as it always is, and it wouldn't happen without your good work. So with that, we'll take the steps to move us into a session. At this time, it's 10:01. I entertain a motion that the board session will discuss one, disciplinary and other matters involved. scholastic record. That's pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2 7 A2 relating to discipline, sexual assault, or honor case. Secondly, matters related to special awards pursuant to VA Code Section 2.0-37118. Number three, matters related to employment, assignment, appointment, or performance of specific public office. Focus of the public body, evaluation of performance. Public pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-371A1 relating to review of attendance, performance objectives, and to special staff and evaluation of departmental operations. Fourth, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific matters regarding the division of legal advice by such counsel. VA Code Section 2.2-3711A7.
That's great.
Actual or probable litigation of the institute. Lastly, consultation with legal counsel regarding matters provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to VA Code Section 2.2-37A8.
Adding it back.
Second. All right, great. Any not in favor?
Fine. Yeah, you might.
With that, we're in the closed session. Just pause. Live stream. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear us?
We're good? Good. Well, thank you all. The closed session has ended and the board is now in open session. It is now 12:44. During its closed meeting, the board discussed only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and only those public business matters identified in the motion convening the board in closed session. I'm gonna ask for a motion to certify the closed session. We're gonna do that. So moved. And is there a second?
Second.
A roll call vote if we could, please, Bill.
Mr. Adams.
Yes.
Mr. Edgar.
Aye.
Mr. Fain.
Aye.
Mr. Garcia.
Aye.
Mr. Inman.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justra.
Aye.
Ms. Lord.
Aye.
Mr. Marsh.
Aye.
Mr. McKnight.
Aye.
Ms. Mobbs.
Aye.
Ms. Phillips.
Aye.
Ms. Todd.
Aye.
Mr. Williams. Watching.
Aye. Well, again, we discussed one item which does require approval, and I'll ask our chair of the External Relations, Hugh Fain, to bring that motion to the board.
Certainly. So as discussed, there's a naming opportunity with the construction of the new Moody Hall Nykerk complex. We've discussed at the External Relations Committee the naming a room within that complex after Senator Norman to recognize him for his many, many years of service both to the Institute but to the Commonwealth as unpaid retirement after 30 years in the legislature. So that comes in the form of a recommendation and a resolution.
Thank you. Can we have a second?
Okay.
Any discussion or comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you again, everyone. Any further business that we should discuss? Cedric, any final comments or like to leave with us?
No.
Again, a lot of work by a lot of people to make this happen, and a great dialogue and discussion amongst the board members. So with that, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Move.
Second,
Second.
does anybody want to deny that? Not. So we are adjourned. Thank you. No, we're up.
All right, good. Thank you.